Oh my god, I was muted this whole time. Welcome, we're live, we're here, we're doing our thing. We unboxed our chop saw, we found a good spot for it. We were going to work on making a bending brake, but unfortunately for us, we got the wrong set. We got one wrong set of screws here. These are 3-inch and the rest of them are 4-inch. And we need 4-inch screws. So, hey TMK. So I was muted like a dummy. We unboxed our chop saw. We need to make some tools before we get to building because we have to bend a really big piece. So I'm gonna make what's known as a metal bending brake from plywood and some angle iron. And that's what all these parts are for. So we got a bunch of screws, a bunch of bolts, a pair of hinges, some washers, some bolts, and I've got some 2x4s. The problem is we have these 4-inch bolts, and we have one set of 3 inches in there. The tail is done. We're done with the tail. We need to start bending parts to prep the front fuselage to the part that people sit in. And we have to start with the firewall. In order to do that, we have to bend a piece that is about 36 inches wide evenly. And we could do it by hand, but if we do it by hand, it's not going to be great. So instead, I'm going to make a bending brake out of lumber, which I should have done a long time ago, honestly. But if you look over here, the tail is behind us. It's done. We finished the tail. This is actually so what we're actually making is the firewall. So we're actually prepping the parts for the firewall. So this is essentially, we have to put this piece together, but essentially this piece and the front piece with the angle is what's going to be the firewall, which is at an angle this way. Like if we're sitting in the plane facing my way, it's at an angle this way. And then you have the back riser, which is the beginning of the bow for the sunshade. And then farther forward, there's going to be another piece similar to this, but we're going to have to modify that. But that's a whole other discussion that we'll get to when it's time to do that. We're going to have to modify that to fit the displays and everything else that we want to fit. So we'll probably put like we're probably going to put a piece of acrylic or plexiglass that's laser cut into that part eventually, but we'll see. That's going to be its own thing when we get there. We've got a lot of stuff to do, but because I had this big piece of it's not completely square sheet, it's like it's got some angles and some bends cut into it, but we've got to put a 60-degree angle into it. And again, because it's 36 inches long, yes, these need to be riveted together. These get riveted together to make one piece. So they're actually two pieces that we're going to have to rivet together. This big sheet over here, we're going to have to put a bend on the bottom, like 1.5 inches of it, of 60 degrees, which is I think where it's going to have an overlap with another piece. Not 100% sure, but I think that's just going to happen probably with the floor or something. But again, I need a bending brake, and the biggest brake you can buy locally is like 36 inches, and this is actually 36.5 inches, so that won't work. I can pay like $500 or $600 for a 48-inch brake, or I can build my own. So I have an idea in my head of what I'm going to build. We bought the lumber, we bought all the hinges, we bought the angle iron, we bought the flat squish plate, and we thought we were going to be in a good spot. Yeah. Well, this is a different material, but yeah. But this is the actual firewall. But we thought we were going to be in a good spot. So this is, I think, pure stainless steel, and I think this attaches to that. But don't quote me on that. Right, because if we look at this drawing, this is the fuselage firewall and miscellaneous details, right? So this assembly right here is, I believe, the upper firewall assembly is what this is. And this is the lower firewall. But yeah, we've got to put a 60-degree bend in this. And to do that, the best way to I could do it by hand. I have some tools to do it by hand, but when you do it by hand, you kind of put like weird like crimps in it. And I should have built this brake a long time ago, honestly. There was a couple other parts I did in other parts of the plane that I needed to do. But the other reason why I want to do the brake before I do this is because this part is stainless steel, so it's also harder to bend than aluminum. So the aluminum parts I can kind of get close by hand. They're not perfect. There's some places where I was like not 100% happy, where if I had the brake it would have worked out better. But you know, I didn't really, it was small enough where I could get away without doing it, and it wasn't in critical places. Like, I'll give you an example. The piece that we bent in the tail, in the front of the tail, where like the flat part of it comes up and we had to like bend it at an angle, that we did by hand, but we really should have used the brake for that to adjust it and get it right so that the bend would be even. We had a slight little weight in that, but it's not really structural. It was more just to set the angle, because we weren't even the two parts kind of like lay on top of each other. They're not even riveted together there. So it wasn't a structural piece, so I didn't care as much about it being that wavy. Because this is our firewall, I do want this to be even and perfect, and it's going to set the front square Yeah. Right, there's that too. So I would always do it by hand, just like test fitting, erring on the side of caution. But even stainless steel will work harden. All metals will work harden, so you want to avoid work hardening. That being said, because it's stainless steel, it's harder to bend. Now, here's what's gonna happen. Unfortunately, I've got to go back to Lowe's. We bought 4 sets of screws that were supposed to be 4-inch screws, and we got one bag that was 3-inch, which are too small. So I'm gonna go back and exchange them. Because they were just in the wrong bucket, and you know, we got I thought I checked all of them. I grabbed them all out of the same bucket, and one of them I didn't check, and it was 3 inches instead of 4 inches. So we need to go find one more set of 4-inch screws. So I will be in chat on my phone, but we're gonna be in the away message. So if anyone comes by, let them know where we're at. Okay? And actually, I'm gonna unload some lumber first that we're gonna have to cut and do some stuff with. But let me unload the lumber, and then let me unload the angle iron. But we're gonna make a nice 4-foot break out of this. So it'll be a 48-inch break. And before I go back to the store, I'm gonna show you my idea. Okay? Here's my idea. Okay? Yep, it's a doggle. So here's my idea. I'm gonna sandwich this flat piece of 1/8 inch basically weldable steel or iron. I don't know if it's steel or iron. We're gonna sandwich this on top of these hinges. On top of these hinges like this, right? Between the two 2x4s that we're gonna screw together, and so then metal can be slid in and basically under this metal piece, right? And then what we'll do is on the other side of that hinge, we're gonna have this angle that you see here. And the way it's gonna work is we're going to have the hinges attached to the bottom half here, and then the top half will basically bend this way and be able to bend any piece we put in there, right? Basically bending against this edge with the pressure we put on here, and that'll give it a little bit of a rounding, which is what we want. And that's the plan. And then what we're gonna do is, so we'll use the hinges to attach both pieces together, and we're gonna cut this piece in half, and we're going to attach this piece here, like this, on either side, and those will be our handles to do the bend. And we're also going to put a small 1/4 inch bracket on the inside to square it up. So we'll have a bolt on the top, and then we'll have 2 bolts holding the interior to square it up. The bolt on the top will go through the hinge, and then the bolt on the side will just go through the side. But that's the plan. That's the idea I have in my head. I think it'll work. And what I think we'll do is we'll cut the wood to, like, instead of 48 inches, we'll cut it to like 50 inches or so. So that then we can make a T-bar, and with the extra wood, we'll make like a little like T-bar stand, so that we can basically have like a little like wooden legs on it, so we can elevate it. And we'll probably screw that in with some lag screws that I have. So that's the plan, chat. But again, the problem is we've got one set of screws that's one size too small. And because it's one size too small, it won't be long enough through the 2x4s. Because if I look at this, yep, that's the depth of the 2x4. So we need it to be the longer screws, so we have one, a little bit of extra thread to play with, but two, so we can make the spacing we need with the brackets. Because essentially we're gonna have a piece of wood, we're gonna have this bracket, a washer, and then the flat metal plate. So that's the plan. We'll see how it works, but that's the plan. Anyways, I'm gonna make a run to the store. We'll be back. I'll leave it in chat. If you see anyone, just let them know what we're doing. And I should be back in like 15 or 20 minutes. No, the wood is to hold the metal brackets. The wood is gonna hold the metal brackets. So that, because I don't think I don't want to do it with just a flat plate. Because if I do it with just a flat plate, I'm worried that the center will flex up. So I want to sandwich this flat plate between the wood. That way it can't flex up. It'll basically stay rigid. Spaced out by the washers obviously, but it'll stay rigid enough where I don't have to worry about flexing the center, because I can flex this by hand, right? So if I can flex it by hand, I think it'll flex if I don't use the wood, which is why I'm going to use the wood. And then the wood also allows me to put legs too, so. Anyways, we'll be back. I will be on my phone, so I'll be able to chat with you guys occasionally. I'll check it like every 2 or 3 minutes, but I've gotta take a quick little run to the store, so that should take me about, hopefully less than 15 minutes, but it might be a little bit longer because you got to make the line, you got to do the exchange, you know, yada yada yada. Anyways, I'm gonna leave you guys in the chat screen, and sorry about that, TM, but if you see any of the usuals drop in, tell them I said hi, tell them I'm periodically checking chat, and we will be back. And you can tell them about what we're making too if you want. Anyways, BRB. And we're back. Okay, so it was even worse than I thought. There was actually 2 different sets of screws mixed in. But we got all of the same ones now. So now we're good. Now we got to think about how we're doing this. What worries me is we need to make sure the hinge alignment is very straight. Let's get our knife. And that's the one thing that I'm worried about, is we need to make sure our hinge alignment is like perfectly straight. Relative to the metal bar. Also, I may want to flip this hinge. Actually, yeah, I may want to flip this hinge. I gotta think about this. I gotta think about whether or not I want to flip this hinge and what flipping this hinge looks like. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we have 8-foot 2x4s. I'm thinking 48 inches is 4 feet. I'm thinking we cut them to 52 inches in length, and then we'll have 3-foot legs so that it has a lot of I'm gonna pop one of these hinges out and see how we look after that, because I think if we pop one of those hinges out, we'll be in a slightly better position. And what am I going to do to pop those hinges out? I think we'll use one of our Torx driver. Probably not a good idea, but we're going to try it anyways. So, yes, but the hot wood soaked in oil is not going inside of the plane. The sandwich should take care of the flexing. I'm more worried about this. I'm more worried about this hinge being flat, and I think if I flip the hinge, I might be able to get it flatter, but maybe not. So I'm just gonna try one and see what happens with just one, and then go from there. And the dog is having a field day. I actually don't know that I like this better. I don't know that I like the flipped hinge better. It might work better because it gives a step to the angle iron, but I don't. I think I like it with the flat hinge. I think the flat. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet, because I think if so right now the hinge is flat, right? If I flip the hinge, this is what I was on the fence about. If I flip the hinge, right, I get this offset tray, right? But that offset tray is actually about the width of this quarter angle. Question is, do I want it to be flat? And I think I do. Okay, yeah, we're gonna leave the hinges how they were. She barks when she's when she's not on leash, she doesn't bark that much, but when she's on leash, she literally barks at everything. Okay, I think we're gonna leave them as is how they are. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have to I don't need 360 degrees, I only need the relative position between the flat part and this part to make sense. So I don't need to go 360, I really need it to go 90, a little bit over 90, right? Because essentially this part is going to hinge up and bend, right? Okay. Let's cut some wood. We're gonna cut some wood, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna get our we're gonna measure 52 inches, and that's gonna be our cutting point. I need a marker. We use brown. I thought I had a pencil somewhere, but I don't see it anywhere. I could have sworn I had a pencil, but if I had a pencil, I don't know where it's at anymore. We're gonna need our measuring device. And what did we say? We want to give ourselves if we give ourselves 4 inches on either side, that'll be 56 inches. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. I think we'll do 56. The problem is the neighbor's dog is outside, but I think we'll do 56 inches. But yeah, she used to not bark at all. And then I took her to Miami. And she picked up barking from her sisters. And now she barks incessantly when she's on leash. Ah, yeah, so that's essentially what I'm doing. But instead of doing just wood, I'm using the quarter inch plate and then a flat. I'm using the flat piece to grab the sandwich because we're gonna need the spacing, right? I'm worried about flexing between the wood because the wood will flex, which is why I want to use the metal flat piece. I need my right angle. I'm gonna take some picture of this just because I want to document this. Yeah, I feel like with metal it would work, but like welding is a pain, honestly. Like I've done welding and welding is a pain. Wait, what are you barking at? There's nobody outside. There's no cars. What are you barking at? Ah, gotcha. How do I set the depth on this thing? I know there's a way to do it. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, chat. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Oh, you know what I should do? I should run this against the angle so that it's perfectly straight. Ah, I gotcha. We'll set our angle here. We'll line our guy up here. Okay, perfect. I got a little scary there at the end. Okay, here's our legs. These are our legs. This guy right here is going to be 1/2 of our brake. There you go. Okay. That should be all the wood we need to cut all day. Now we just have to get smart and fancy with our screws. Yeah. I think that's called annealing. It really depends on what you're trying to do and what kind of welding you're trying to do and how structurally sound you need it. Okay. So let's talk about what we want to do here. Like I said, I think that should be the limit of what we are going to cut from a wood perspective. So I'm going to put the saw away. I know that all my tools have a spot. I'm pretty sure that's my ADHD, but I'm not mad about it. I have started to believe that I may be ADHD instead of ADHD, but you know, just high masking, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it works for me. Okay. All right. We'll get back to the legs later. We don't have to worry about the legs. All right, we've got our nice long bar here. Okay. This is what we want to think about. What we want to do is we want to sandwich these guys in here. Oh, hold on. Okay. This is where the hinge might be a problem, actually. This is where the hinge might be a problem. This might be why we want to split the hinge. Now that I think about it. All right, we're gonna pop this hinge out, and we're gonna experiment a little bit. Because the problem I have right now, if I flip this hinge, okay. Actually, you know what? The fact that it gives me a little bit of a lip is okay. Because worst case scenario, that's just gonna set our bend point. So what we want is, where's our flat bar? I'll move that over there. We're gonna get our flat bar, right? Here's what we want. Hinge, however we do the hinge, right? That's gonna give us a gap. On top of hinge, we want this guy, right? On top of hinge, we want this guy, right? And so then metal will go between that guy, and then this guy here is going to bend up against that guy and cause our bend. What I don't like about these hinges is that I am not... I don't like how not parallel I am. And I don't know that if with the washers, if I'm gonna get enough spacing. I don't know if with the washers I'm gonna get enough spacing to get over the edge of the hinge. Yeah. Like it's like 38 inches. We're gonna put the hinges wider than this, but the other thing I can do, I wish these hinges were flat. Because these hinges are round, it's a problem. If these were flat hinges, we'd be a little bit better off. Although, actually, if I do it this way, that's actually perfect, actually. Then I could bend down, but if I bend, the problem with bending down, what I don't like about bending down is if I bend down, I'm limited to no more than 90 degrees. I don't like the idea of being limited to no more than 90 degrees. I don't like the idea of being limited to no more than 90 degrees. That to me is a problem. I wanna have more than the ability to bend more than 90 degrees. I think here's the other thing I can do. I could put the washers between the plate and the wood to give me spacing for the metal, right? That'll give me spacing for the metal. And then I can put the hinges on top. And if I put the hinges on top, with the hinge bent backwards, then if I had to put the hinges on top with the hinge bent backwards, then I have then it'll basically be here. I'll have the gap and I can bend against them. Yep, okay. I think that's what we do. We definitely need to flip the hinge. I think that's how we do it. I kind of almost want to notch where these hinges go now, but because that won't squeeze the wood now. What am I doing here, chat? What is this crazy invention I'm making? Why do I think I could just randomly create something? Why do I have the audacity to think I can just randomly create something? I think this is the play though. Although maybe this way. I think this is a play. The washer should give us just enough spacing. The only problem I have is I almost want problem I have here is I almost want a piece of this bar in the center, but I have no way of fixing it there because this still has play. This metal part still has play there, and what I really want to do is I really want to sandwich it. And with the hinges there, I can't. But there's no good way to do that. I mean, you know what I could do? I already cut the switch so I can't return it. But you know what I could do? I could set this up just like this, right? I could set this up just like this at the extremes, right? I could C-clamp the center of this when I go to do a bend, because I have C-clamps that are big enough. I could C-clamp this and then still use my 1/4 inch. Still use my 1/4 inch attached to this. Right? I can still do this. I can still use this 1/4 inch beam here to do a bend. That's why I wanted to sandwich it between two pieces of wood with the metal piece. I can either go this way, which will give me more bend, the other thing I can do is I can maybe, if I cut this short, right? I could potentially mount the hinge flush with the metal plate because they're about the same thickness. Right? If I do that, I give up. If I do that, I will only have 40 inches of bending space though. And I think the widest part of the airplane is 42. So I'm worried I may need to bend a piece that's 42. They're pretty pricey. For the size that I need, they're pretty pricey. Because I could do this. Actually, wait a minute. What if I do this, chat? What if I do this, okay? This 48-inch bar in between. And we attach the metal bar to this guy here. This guy gets attached to the hinge, and then it can just rotate. Actually, I actually think this will work. I actually think this will work. I think this will work. I think this is our new idea, and I think this is gonna work. Let me swap these hinges real quick. I want this one here. Okay. I want this one. Wait. Yeah. That one there. Okay. That, or do I want this the other way? Oh. Oh, I want this lower, right? I need this piece. Yeah, I want this lower. Okay, I need this guy to be a hair higher. Perfect. Yep, this is how we want it, right here. This is it. This is what we're gonna do. This will work. That'll work. And then that'll work. And then, okay. And I can just C-clamp. Well, no, I can't C-clamp. I've got to put wood on this somehow. Well, we have pieces of wood. Do I need to go buy another piece of wood? Okay, this will work. I almost think I'm going to buy another 2x4. I think I need another 2x4. Or, let me think about this. Or I can, right? Because I need to elevate this piece. Well, actually, I don't need to elevate this piece, right? No, I do. I definitely need to elevate this piece because what's going to happen is this is going to go here, right? And I need space for the metal to fit under this. So, if I don't put this metal on top, I can't put the spacing. Yeah, 1 meter is not big enough. That's the problem. I need a 48-inch one. 1 meter is only 36 inches. That's why I'm building one. This will work. I think we have the right idea here, chat. I think we have the right idea now. I think we have the right idea now. This will work perfectly. I just need to figure out how I sandwich a piece of metal, or because what I need is I need the metal to slide under here. I could just clamp this in place here. I would like a permanent solution though. I would like a permanent solution. The problem with this is I'm definitely going to need different screws. Okay. I like the idea of this. I like the idea of this. I need to figure out now how to space it. Well, wait a minute. What about this? Okay. What if our flat part becomes our bending surface? What if our flat part becomes our bending surface? Against... So if we're here, and we just come forward farther, we can slide the metal through here and then just come forward on it? Yeah, but we still need a way to hold this on. We definitely want this here. I could bolt it. I could drill this, bolt this onto the front edge, clamp these two pieces together here, and then I lose a little bit of working length, but that's okay because it'll be bolted in. I then don't need the spacers, right? Because this is just going to serve as right? Because if I do these hinges this way, right? And then I come over the top here. Let me think about this. If I do these hinges this way, I come over the top here. This becomes my brake this way, and I'm bending down. Right? I'm bending down over the top of this. Well, couldn't I just do the same thing and just still go through the hinges? Right? Couldn't I do the same thing and just go through the hinges? If I go back to the original plan, which was here, right? If I go through my original plan, which was here, how is this not? Oh, okay. If I go through my original plan, which is here, right? Right? Come here. The hinges will still give us the spacing we want, right? The hinges will still give us the spacing we want. I feel like this is it. I feel like this is it. The hinges will still give us the spacing we want. We can put the metal over the top with the gap of the hinge, and then somehow we want to come this way down. That'll be our bending point. Will be the edge of this guy. Our bending point will be this guy coming this way. So if our hinge is that way, right? Think about this. If our hinge is that way, right? This will go this way. And then as it comes forward, we bend there. We'll only be able to bend to 90. But I don't think we're ever going to bend anything more than 90 anyways. If we're bending something more than 90, can we still bend something more than 90? I mean, technically we could put it in backwards and then just keep coming this way. Yeah. I don't think we're going to bend anything to 90 though. Like anything to 90 will be like chamfered and fluted this way, right? So I think if we do it this way, we can come down. Okay. I think that works. I think that works, chat. I think this is how we're gonna do it. At a minimum, I think our hinges go this way. What we do after this, at a minimum, our hinges go this way. Right? Our hinges are going to go on top of our metal. This is going to be our bending edge. And let me think about the logistics of this from a metal bending perspective, right? I need something to picture this. Let's use, I don't know, this piece of cardboard, right? We can bend it down and it'll bend all the way up to potentially 90, maybe a hair more if we have this come past the lip a little bit. I don't know if we want to do that because I don't know if we'll be able to get it even, but potentially, right? Okay. And then let's say this is bent 90. And we need it more than 90. We can then come in through here. We can then come in through here. Yeah. We can come in the other way, still use the edge of this, and bend this way. Which I think was the original idea, was that way, right? Actually, what would stop us from coming in this way and then bending up that way? I don't know that anything would. Right, in theory we can come from down here. We'll just have less of a working area, right? We'll only have 40 inches. If we do it this way, we'll only have 40 inches. Yep, we'll only have 40 inches. That's the problem. That's the disadvantage with doing it this way, is we only got 40 inches of bending area. But you know what? I think we're going to send it. I think we're going to send it. I think we're going to send it. Okay. Let's think about this now. Need to measure some stuff out. We have 56 minus 48. That gives us 8 inches, which means we want 4 from either end. Yep. Okay, perfect. That's exactly where we want it. Technically, I can get a little bit more than 40 inches if I move these hinges in. Well, I don't know if I could do it with the other side, actually. Yeah, no, I can't do it with the other side, so no. Just as close where the hole placement is. Okay. 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 We're just gonna elevate this so I can get the clamps underneath it without having to think about it. Trying to think about how we wanted this, but yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll have to drill that, mount it, do our thing. That's fine. Then we got to think about how we're gonna do this. I think it's okay, chat. I think it's okay. I think this will work. I think this will work. No, I don't. I'm not worried about a sharp edge, actually. I would rather have a slightly rounded edge. So I'm not worried about a sharp edge. It's my working space here. Yep, 40 inches, okay. But I'm not trying to cut, right? And then I think, honestly, we clamp the other piece down. We can come this way. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think we definitely go here. Because we could always clamp the piece down with this other piece of wood. It's got the metal edge that we want it to bend against. And we need to figure out what we do with this, but... I mean, in theory... I feel like we could still go over 360. If we do this right. Okay. We're gonna... I think we're gonna send it, chat. Yeah. Yep. The biggest problem I have is I may need to go buy some more bolts. Because I was originally planning to have things wedged here. Well, not really, because I can still put the legs here. I can cut this one in half and use it for legs, which was the original plan. Okay. Yeah, I think we're still good. I'm gonna go ahead and drill this guy out. Do I bring out the drill press for this? I almost feel like I should, so it comes out straight. Yeah, I think I'm gonna bring out the drill press. And we'll drill this guy out. They're clamped in place now, so we should be good. Let me get the drill press. We'll be right back. 打了北啊，打了北啊。Here's something I haven't used in a while, chat. Here's some tool lore. I may have put the extension cord away a little prematurely. Okay, chat, there's no going back from this. I mean, yes, that's true. Wait, no. I gotta get the other one out. The other one's backwards. Okay. Alright. Here's our first one. I gotta do our second one. Everything's still lined up. Everything still looks good. Okay. Okay. I know, it's stupid. It's stupid that you can get a lathe for the same price as a vending machine. I think it's very dumb that you can get a lathe for the same price as a vending machine. Okay. That's why we're making one though. Okay. Okay. Now we can strategize a little bit, chat. Okay. If I want to, I can put spacers under these two washers to get the metal to come through. Okay. If I want to, I could put spacers under these two nuts and lift this up and give some space, but I think we're good here. I think we can clamp our piece in here as needed. Heck, even if I put spacers through there, I could still clamp this piece down here with two big C-clamps and call it a day. So I think that's doable. And then we got to think about what we're doing here. We do it this way, right? I don't even need the wood. Why don't I just do it with the metal? Right? We do it this way. Come on. We do it this way on top of these hinges. We'll be bending down. Along this corner. Or we could bend up from here that way, but if we bend up, I think we're going to want to swap these hinges, right? If we're going to bend up, we're going to want to swap these hinges because we're going to want to be lower than the wood. Let me think about that. If I do this, right? If I do this, that actually separates as I bend, right? But okay, I could do this. Could do this, and if I do this, I do this right here, and I went down towards itself. Against that angle. I don't like how far away this is though. This way, right? If we do it the other way, the other way. If we go underneath, I think we're still the same distance. We're still the same distance where we're bending down now. Think about this. This is why I brought the piece of cardboard. Right? We sit there, right? Come in here. right? If we're clamped down, right? You know what? In fact, let me do something. Let me get a clamp. Let's get a clamp and let's see what this would look like. This is why we have clamps. See what this will look like. Okay. We're here. We would bend down. That's too far away. We're here. We bend away. I don't know that I like these hinges. I don't know that I like these hinges because I feel like we're too far away. The alternative is this right here. I mean, it bends. We got the bend. I mean, this will give us a radius. This will give us less of a radius. Not be bending against the metal, that'll be bending away from the metal. But whereas if I do it this way, I mean, in theory, I could just set it right up against the hinge. If I set it right up against the hinge, I'm pretty far away with the hinge this way. What if I flip the hinge? Think about this. If I do it this way. If I do it this way. And I set myself up. No, that's not gonna work because I'm outside the I can bend past 180 there. But I don't like the fact that I'm bending away from the metal plate unless I put spacers underneath, I put the washers underneath, slide the metal plate underneath, and then I'm bending up. And then I'm bending up. From here, I'm bending up across that metal point. And that becomes my hinge point, and this is just bending up, and it'll have a little bit of a curvature, but who cares? We want a curvature because we don't want a sharp edge. I think this is it, chat. I think this is our game here, chat. Because this will put us slightly under. Yeah. That'll put us slightly under. If we put washers under the screws, we'll have just enough space there, and then we can clamp down as necessary. Yep, okay. Okay, that's the game. So we're gonna set up this way. Right up against the hinge. That way, right up against the hinge. That's our call right here. So what I need to do is, I need to clamp here and check some spacings. Alright, where's my other clamps? I think this is it, chat. There's not a lot. Even with the hinge loose right now, there's not a lot. I'm gonna hammer the pins in once I decide on a direction. I just haven't decided on 100% on a direction, which is why I haven't hammered the pins in, but... Okay. Okay. Now what I need to do is, I need to measure distance. Make sure it's square. That's actually better than I expected. Holy crap. I do want to come in just a hair on this side, but it's so little that it's like basically half a mil. Funny thing, actually, I think what I'll do is I'll do it the other way because I'm at the edge of travel over there. We'll go out a mil here. $14. Okay, that's perfectly even, chat. Not that thick. But it is stainless. And I can go beyond 90 here. This was the original design. But I also have the option of going underneath and bending over the edge. I'm just not as tight as I want to be. Really, it's these hinges, honestly. These hinges are the problem. If these hinges were flush hinges, it would work a lot better. But they've got a bit of like jut, so they don't work. Hell, I could probably honestly bend it with like this, but so I have the option of bending down, or I have the option of bending up. Bending down, I would have put it over the top. Bending up, it would be against the edge. Okay. Now, do I drill this through the metal and then drill it through the wood? Or do I reclamp it with the wood? Yeah, it's more like sheet metal. It's just stainless. I think I want to reclamp it with the wood. That just makes more sense to me. I mean, I could... Listen, chat, I could get it closer. The problem with getting closer is hole spacing. What if I mount this completely the other way? I'm having a crazy idea right now. I'm having a crazy idea right now. We're gonna see what my crazy idea, if my crazy idea works. I'm having a completely crazy idea right now, chat. No, because I don't want to use the wood, right? We agreed we don't want to use the wood. I mean, in theory, I don't care about hole spacing. Because in theory, I could do this. I shouldn't overthink this. I feel like my idea, the way I did it was gonna work. But nothing says because we need to have a gap regardless, right? Because otherwise we can't fit the metal through, right? Because we can be this way. Or we can be this way. I don't think it really matters. I don't think it really matters. As long as we have the same spacing on both sides. The only negative is our... Because I'm thinking there's a world where I can extend the height down. No. It's not that big. Hey, Casanova. We're trying to make a homemade brake. A homemade bending brake, but I'm second guessing the idea I had in my head every time I look at it. And mostly it's because the hinges don't let me get as close as I want to be. But I don't think the spacing matters, because if we sandwich the metal underneath this piece and then clamp it down, we're really just going to be forcing it to bend against that edge. And if we're forcing it to bend against that edge, we really don't care that we have a little bit of a gap. Or I could just go back to like bending it by hand. And we would have been done already. I'm just not happy. I almost want to return this angle and get an angle that's, instead of a 1 1/4, is like 1 2 inches. Because if it's 1 and 2 inches, then I can lay this a lot closer. Right? I can lay this almost here, set a very tiny gap, and then I'll have enough overlap. I'll have enough overlap over here to not be worried about the hole spacing. Right? Because my problem right now is if I set it on the, if I set it on top of the hinges, I don't have enough metal to cover it. And if I set it where it wants to live with the hinges, I'm not happy with that gap. That gap is too big for a brake. That gap is definitely too big for a brake. But whereas if I bring it in here, if I bring it in here, then I got lots of options with. Or maybe that's because if I put washers underneath this guy, I can slide the metal under. This guy will be slightly under because I can put washers under this guy on the opposite side, right? To offset them a little bit. So my metal will literally cross under this, come over, and then when I come up, yeah, there'll be a little bit of spacing, but that's okay. We want it to have give so it's rounded. Then I can almost make it flush. Chad, I think we're going to take another trip to Lowe's. Because I think I'm going to exchange this bar for a bar that's wider. And I think what I need is... yeah, I need 2 inches. If I had 2 inches, I'd be fine. That's what she said. I think that's definitely what we do, and I think I want to pick up some more screws. I want to get screws that are one and a half, 2 inches. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna do another run. Because the other option having it this tight gives us is we can run it the opposite way. Yeah, cause I could honestly almost make it flush. right? Put washers under this to separate this out. I mean, technically. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think about. I think I definitely want a longer piece, but I don't know if a longer piece. I don't know how a longer piece helps me here, maybe. I feel if I have a longer piece. We would bend up from here. And we'd be bending against this edge. I think that's exactly it. Okay. We're going back to Lowe's. We're gonna make another Lowe's trip, chat. We'll be right back. I'm gonna get this, but I need it to be 2 inches. So I got more clearance, and then I think that'll work. It's not gonna be perfect, but it'll be better. And then I need screws that are 2 inch, because these are 4 inch. We're still gonna want the 4 inch because we're gonna want, there's gonna be a part of the brake that we're gonna wanna leverage, and it's not gonna be this part, but we're gonna wanna put part of this on legs probably, I think. Yeah. Let me think about this, because with the hinges this way, we bend up and we separate. If we put the hinges the other way, I can't get it close enough. Right, if we go flush here, right? Think about this. If we go flush here, this will be a hair lower because this will be up on washers. The metal plate can go in between both, and when we curve up, we'll curve away. We'll still be bending, but we'll be bending away. Is that what we want? Because by bending away, we'll allow it to round a bit. But then will we bend on the axis that we need it to bend, right? The alternative is we mount it this way, which we do have clearance for. The alternative is we mount it this way, and as we come down, we're bending against that lip. Actually, I think this will work. Right? I think this will work, chat. Hold on, let me think about this. If we're this way, as we come down, we're going to be making it tighter and tighter. But what I don't like about this is, well, we'll still be bending against, okay. Let me think about this. If we do it this way, First of all, let me see if I can clamp that this way. That's what I want to do. Let me see if I can clamp it this way to feel it out with cardboard. I don't know if my clamps are big enough for this. I don't think my clamps are big enough for this, but we're gonna find out here in a minute. Ah, actually they might work. Okay. We do this, right? Right? Okay. Okay, if we clamp that there, where's my other big clamp? Hold on. I think this might work. Hold on. I think this might work, chat. I think we finally got it. I think we finally got it. Okay. If we do it this way, okay, yeah. We do it this way, right? And we clamp this piece in place. We're going to be bending against that edge. Yeah, we'll be bending against that metal edge, but we'll have some space, so it'll probably curve a little bit, but that's okay. That's kind of what we want. And then that's our bend point. I also have the option. I also have the option when I do it this way. I also have the option of, if I start here, and I can't right now with the brackets, but if I start here, I can bend it the other way past 90. I think this is it, chat. I think this is how we're gonna do it. I think this is how we're gonna do it, chat. So we can bend it over this edge coming down. Right? We can clamp this here. Right? Bend over this edge coming, well, I don't think, actually, I don't think that'll work. So I don't think it'll fit, but potentially bend over that edge coming down. Or the alternative is it's literally the opposite side. The alternative is this guy is the one bending. This guy right here is the one bending. We put the piece over the top of here, and this guy is the one bending onto there. I don't know. I don't know if this is the way I want to go. Right? Because I like the idea of sandwiching this guy through. I like the idea of this guy being sandwiched through. And then the problem is I can't demonstrate it with this guy, but I think... Can I get flush there? I don't know if I can get flush there with it this way. I think I can. But chat, what are we doing, chat? What are we doing? I'm not sold on this. I'm not sold on this. I don't know if this is better. I'm not sold if I don't know if a bigger plate here. I don't know if a bigger plate here makes more sense. Think about this. This was the other option. If we go get a different plate, this is an option. We put washers under this to move this down. We put washers under this one to move that one up. The plate comes through, and then we bend this way. But I don't think I like the idea of the bend actually decreasing. And if we do the pins the other way, if we do... I think I'm going to reverse these brackets one more time, chat. I want to try one more thing before I decide on this. I want to try one more thing. Where's my... chat. Let's see. That's way too separated. Well, is it way too separated though? Is that way too separated if my pivot point right? Because I'll be putting force on this side, right? But really the pivot point is going to be the edge. I feel like I've way overthought this, and this shouldn't be this difficult. I feel like I've way overthought this, and this shouldn't be this difficult, chat. I feel like I've way overthought this and this shouldn't be this difficult. I feel like I'm way overthinking this and this shouldn't be this difficult. Come on. Jesus. I'm gonna end up hurting myself. I guarantee it. I see it coming already. I'm gonna end up hurting myself. I'm definitely gonna end up hurting myself, chat. When things start getting like this, I know what's coming, and what's coming is some kind of physical injury to me. That's what's coming. Some kind of physical injury to me. Alright, we're gonna ship it, chat. We're gonna have to buy more screws, but we're gonna ship it as is, the way it is right now. I Guess what? This isn't even gonna work how it is because I didn't get the spacing right. Because I swear this 4-foot bar is not 4 freaking feet. But, oh well, what are we gonna do? Alright, let's take this out of here again. Because we gotta go try and hurt ourselves again. Like I said, we're definitely gonna hurt ourselves before the end of the day. Okay. You know what? Like, we don't even need to... 1 second, chat. Because we don't even need to be in the other part for this. Done. Done. Alright. There you go. Alright. Let's send it. Let's hope for the best. Oh, come on! Oh, come on. Why did you slip off? Ah. Now we actually have to put it on. back onto the other piece because we don't know if it's lined up or not. Damn it! Trying to avoid having to do that. Yeah, that's definitely not. Is it? So frustrating, chat. We had it and then one of our things slid off, so. No, we definitely don't have it. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. Okay. Okay. Now, why do we like this? Why do we like this? We can put the plate underneath. It bends against this edge. And we're a rounded bend. Right? Or we come vertical over the top, put it over this edge, and bend down. I feel like we changed something. I feel like this looked better before, a different way. Well, I don't know, chat. This is, I had an idea in my head, and I don't like it so much anymore. I'm still thinking I want the longer piece. I still think I want the longer piece so that I could bring this closer and go in there. And then we're gonna want screws that are two inches. 2 inches. Yeah, you know what, chat? I'm definitely right, because if we could flush mount this, closer, it would separate as we come up with the curve, but that's what we want. Okay. And that means we're definitely going to exchange this, chat. I'm not going to drill into this because then we can't exchange it. We're going to exchange this piece, and we're hoping they have the piece we need. And we need this to go at least 2 inches. Okay. And then we need screws that we said were, what, 2 inches. Okay. Yep. We're going on another Lowe's run, chat. We'll be back. We're going on another Lowe's run. Either they have the piece or they don't. If they don't have the piece, I think we could still make it work with another piece of flat stock. But I'd rather not use flat stock because I want something a little bit more rigid. Flat stock would work the same way, but I want something a little bit more rigid. Okay, we'll be back. We'll be back, chat. We're going on another run. Okay, chat, I think we're good now. I think we're good now. Now we have this long ass piece here. This can't be right. Okay. Okay, so now we can do this. And as it moves away, it'll separate a little bit, but that's okay. Or the alternative is I can come. Yeah. Yep, I think that'll work. Alright, I think we're good now, chat. I think we're good now, chat, but we definitely have a problem here because this is backwards. Yep, this is how we want it. This needs to be literally the other way around. That's not gonna work though. That goes this way, but now what I need is I need this to be flipped the other way. Okay. Alright, chat. I think we got it, chat. Hey, I think we got a chat. I think it's time to drill. Alright, chat, let's freaking drill, baby. Okay. How the hell did I do one side but not the other? But I can't do the other side now. Oh, I know why. All right, chat. Ooh. All right, chat. We've got a break now. We finally did it. We finally did it. We figured it out. So we went, we did another run. We got a bigger plate. Okay. Let me put 2 bolts into this, and then we'll worry about putting washers and a bunch of other things, but let me just temporarily assemble this so you can see where we're at. Oh. Oh my God, hallelujah. It only took forever. But we have something that I think is gonna work now. So we went and we had to get a bigger plate so that we can line this up the way I had originally envisioned. Which is honestly what I should have done from the beginning instead of trying to make it work. Okay, so here's where we're at. We gotta put some legs on this and do a few other things, but here's where we're at, right? This piece right here, part can go under, right? We set up our bend line wherever we need it. We clamp, right? This part is underneath. It will bend up, causing the bend against this part. And it separates as we bend, which is what I wanted so that we can get some curvature. So now we got to deal with a few other things. In theory, I could probably drill this and put butterfly knobs or something on it to like tighten, but I think clamping will just be easier in the short term. And because this is bending up, right? We can go past 90 if we need to, right? Oh, I could even make the so we are clamping block. If we clamp it, we can't go past 90, right? But if we don't clamp it, we can go past 90. In theory, we can come here and we can swap sides if we need to. We can use this as the bending angle. So we have a few options now. But this is what I had originally envisioned. Now that we have it in place, we got to do a few more tidiness things, right? We can't use this because this is going to be our clamping leg. We need some legs for this so that when we're bending, we're putting force on this. What does this want to do? It wants to pick up, right? So I think we want the legs to go that way, right? So we essentially want an L leg that goes that way, right? So that as we, I mean, in theory, we could put the leg in the middle. It really doesn't matter, but let me think about this. If we go halfway, we put it in the middle, it'll make a nice T that we'll be able to put away a little bit easier. Okay. But I'm actually kind of happy with it now. And here's what we'll do. This is a dangerous piece of scrap. But Sorry, I should have showed you guys, but look. Here's our bend area. Here's our bend. With a piece of scrap. So it works. We can try that again, but... I need to put, like I said, I need to put some washers here, but let's say that piece was there. We've got our clamps here. Right? We fold up. We got our nice, not too sharp bend. I wonder if we can do something this way. Either way would work, yeah. And in theory, if I needed a sharper bend, right? There's our bend. I mean, we didn't put the piece in straight, but if I needed a sharper bend, my other option is do it that way. We got our bends that way. Because as it closes down, right from here, as it closes down, it's basically doing an angle. I almost wish it was a little bit tighter though. Like to make a more sharp break, but I think I can do that if I flip the hinges. If I flip the hinges, I can get a tighter bend. Because if I flip the hinges, the overlap will be different. Because the other way I could use it is I could use it like this. Use this, the edge of that, this way. Yeah, I don't know. If I flip the hinges, I feel like I can do it the other way. Get a slightly sharper bend. Oh, you know what I can do actually? Actually, if I want this to be tighter, watch. Oh, can I do that? If I flip the hinges, what happens? If I flip the hinges, this half will be up, this half will be down, and I'll be using the other edge. Because I can mess with the hinge placement. Right now I have a pretty big step between here and here, but I can reduce that step by swapping the hinge placement. By turning basically this upper hinge upside down. Let me play around with that. We're gonna play around with that. I think there's some merit to that. I think there's some merit to that, chat. If I do this, we put the brake closer. Oh, that doesn't work. It does work, but we need to do it. We need to swap the sides of these. Oh, we ran into this before. If we want to do that, we can do it, but we have to do it in a different manner. Because otherwise our metal plate is offset. I should just leave the pins loosely in until I'm happy with the way I want the setup instead of hammering them back in. So by default they're this way, but I can put, yeah. This will shorten our gap. Okay, yeah. This is what I was looking for. Okay. Where's my other pin? There's things we can play with. Okay. This is going to put us closer together, so we got less of a gap on the offset. We have less of a gap on the offset this way. Because really we're going to be making the spacing with washers, right? And now we're almost flush. And I think this will give us a sharper bend. Let me see if I've got another piece that's a little straighter. Or actually, we'll just straighten this out. Right? If we want a sharper bend, we can do it like this. And the bend radius is now tighter. I mean, we put it at an angle, but the bend radius is now tighter. Alternatively, the other thing we can do is put it on an edge. Bend against that edge. Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely a lot closer together. We're not perfectly tight either. If we tighten this, it's going to get cleaner too. And I can actually swap the metal on both sides. Well, no, I can't, because the other one's an angle iron, right? I think that's why I wanted to flip the hinges. Can I still flip the hinges? How can I flip these hinges? If I flip this, I put these holes towards the outside. That doesn't work. I think that's as good as that gets, chat. I gotta think about this a little bit more. But we have a break. It works. I'm honestly almost tempted to bend it by hand though. I'm a little worried that our radius isn't going to be tight enough. I mean, do we care that our metal is offset in the other direction? I honestly don't think we do. Let me see something. I'm gonna try one last thing, chat. I think if I do it this way, I think I might want the bar on top. Yeah. I think if I do it this way, I think I might want the bar on top. I mean, in theory, if I put washers underneath it, that'll give me some separation, but I think I might actually want the bar on top. Let me check out the bar on top. I'm checking a couple different options here, chat. Because we're kind of tweaking our spacing here using the placement of the bar relative to the placement of the bar relative to the other bar. I think that I think this is gonna be it. think this is gonna be it right here, chat. I know I've said that a few times, but we've been tweaking and playing and kind of figuring out what looks right, what feels right, what gives us the right gap spacing. And this feels like almost like home. Or do we want to go back underneath with washers? I think I want to try underneath with washers. Yeah. I don't even know if I like washers, actually. They're... Come on, damn it. Tearing up the plants. All right. All right. All right, one last configuration. Question is, what do I consider the bending? Is this my bending edge? Or is the other one my bending edge? I don't know right now, chat. It definitely works. Like, it definitely works, like. In fact, let's do something real quick. Let's make a test. Somewhere I have a Sharpie. I want to bend along that line. Okay. Right along the line. The bend was right along the line, so it's working. It definitely works, chat. Like, look at all these bends I put in, and I can make them like directly against a line. Can we make it against a long line though? Yeah, that definitely doesn't want to bend. But also, I've put a bunch of bends in it, which will make it harder to bend. I wish I had like a long piece of scrap that I could like... Maybe this? I don't know. I mean, that's a double piece that kind of went. But it's almost like I wish I could have the 90 coming flush to this instead of away from this. Like if this 90 was... Like if right here that 90 was flush. I mean, it works though. We've been able to like bend some stuff. I just don't know because I don't have like a flat piece of like donor strip that I can do like a big strip on. But it definitely works. We got up to a 90 there with it's like half bent. Like this is a two ply thing. I just don't have a lot of like good scrap. Like this is the best thing I've got for like a straight piece of scrap. And I feel like if I'm gonna do this, I should clamp it down, right? Okay, this one I didn't bend to 90. I was trying to bend that one to 90, but this one I purposely didn't bend to 90, right? See, like, honestly, like, that's not bad. I feel like I didn't go over 90, but like I don't need to go over 90. I honestly feel like this is good. I almost honestly what I almost want to do here, let me show you what I have. I almost want to I just need to put this on top of some wood planks because I don't want to hurt my my plants, because I realize I've been tearing holes in my plants. So if you look at this, right? This 90 is our bending edge. This guy here comes over and does the bend, right? Honestly, we probably don't even need the washers. I think if we get rid of the washers, it'll be even more flush. Right? I think I'm gonna get rid of the washers, to be honest with you. And then we'll test again. But it honestly, it works really well. Like yeah, I need to, right? Like right now it won't work because I don't have it like you definitely need to get your piece and lock it down here with like another piece of wood, right? Right, but once you're locked down, then you can literally just come down and bend as needed. I can't right now because of the way this is set up, but yeah, I don't know. What I almost want to do is I almost want to drill center spacing and put 2 more bolts to make sure that this piece stays flat against a piece of wood. I almost want to drill like a bolt here and then a bolt here and a bolt here. Right, if I put a bolt here, here, and in the center, this edge won't be able to move. You think so? What do we got? What do we got for distance here? There should be 40, right? So we can do one at 20, one at 10, and one at 30. I don't know if it'll make, I don't think it'll make it worse. It's just more of a matter of, it's just a matter of, do I want to do it, right? Like, honestly, I almost... And I feel like I could almost clamp in place with this guy right here. But I'm worried that that won't give me as good of a straight edge. Because you can't be precise enough with this. I mean, I have a Sharpie somewhere. We have the bolts. My only concern is if I put a... I don't know. Oh, whoopsie. My only concern with putting the bolts there is if I'm trying to clamp this down, will they get in the way? And I think they will. I think they will. Not from here. Yeah, screw it. Let's put them in. Hey Natty, how are you? Yeah, we're kind of just... I had an idea in my head for making a brake, and it's mostly worked out. We're just ironing out a few little idiosyncrasies, but I think we're almost done, and I honestly think I don't know if I want those washers. Yeah, I like the idea. The washers are fine. Okay. 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 Okay, let's do I have one more piece of metal I can bend? This isn't a good piece. It's got a bend in the middle. I don't really have a good piece to try this with. Oh, wait, actually, maybe this piece. Oh. Yep, like I said, we've been attempting to make a break, and I think we finally accomplished our goal. Yeah, see, these pieces aren't big enough to do this with, though. They've got crinkles on them, right? Because, like, I can do it with if I do the flat part, it's super easy, right? Right, like, if I do the flat part, it's super easy. So it's just a matter of like, I just gotta keep it flat, right? But like I said, chat, like how many bends do you want me to put into this, right? Like I can put, like even just holding it by my hand, right? But bigger pieces won't be so easy. Harder materials won't be so easy. So that's my concern. I mean, technically speaking, I can use a small piece to kind of hold the harder material in place. But I should be able to just use wood. Because this is really what I intended. I intended to make handles with that, but I don't know, chat. I think this is good enough. I think this works. Question is, do we try it now? I'm actually kind of happy. I think this works, honestly. I think we're good here. We can do up to like 80 degrees in this thing. I'm just worried about like a bigger piece, honestly, but just like holding it, because I can even hold it flat with my hand on these small aluminum pieces, right? Like even if it was a big sheet, I feel like I could probably do that. But oh, absolutely. I can't. I can't because it's a flush 90. It's a 90 for the rigidity, so I actually can't. But I could feed the pieces in a different way to get more than 90. But then I'll have too much gap spacing. But I don't need more than 90, honestly. If I'm bending something more than 90, something's a problem. I shouldn't be doing it the way I'm doing it. I think I'm happy with this as is. This took way longer than I thought, but it's kind of usually the way things go. This is a piece of wood I'm going to pair with this guy, I think. This guy we're going to save just in case we need it for something in the future, like the legs. Okay. This is the guy we're going to pair with our brake. Let me do a little cleanup and then we're going to maybe try and work on some airplanes. Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is like if I'm bending something like up to 90 degrees, I should be using like an angle or something else, right? I shouldn't be bending a piece of aluminum that far. Like there's almost no place where you do that. So far that I've run into the plans, like the most is like 60 degrees is the most I've seen. Like if you're bending something to an obtuse level, like that feels off to me. It's thin stainless that I have to bend. It is going to be a little springy, but okay. Let's see. What can we? Let me put stuff together that I can return here because we're going to return some of the stuff. We didn't use these. We didn't use this bracket. We didn't use these washers. We opened that package. We didn't use this. Technically, I could probably return these. And I think... Do I have another? Oh yeah, I do have another one of these long ones. I could probably return these guys right here. And where is it? Where's the package for this guy? Oh, it's on the floor. Okay. All right. we didn't use any of these guys, so we're gonna return all of these guys. Okay. So all of these, I can return those guys tomorrow. The rest of these we used. So we're going to, the rest of these we used, so we're just gonna grab all of these. And I think I have a little Ziploc somewhere. Yep. I can just toss these in. And I think we can return this guy. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna return all of, we didn't use any of this, so we're gonna return all of this. We saved the ones that we used. Okay. I'll do this tomorrow morning. And then we'll do a final tally of what it took us to make this thing. That being said, let's get back to work here with what we have here. We've got all our pieces here that we need for this page. Okay. We've got our clip, we've got this guy that we need to cut. Let's talk about this guy. This guy, we need him to be 23 and 5/8. .049, 0.75 OD. Perfect. Okay, we need this to be 23 and 5/8. Okay, 23 and 5/8, and the other side we need it to be 16th and a quarter. Okay. Oh, that's not precise enough for my tastes. Okay. Okay. That's our line. But we can't fit the sawzall in here, so we're just gonna chop it here and then finish it with the we're just gonna chop it here and then finish it with the bandsaw. So let me get the chop saw out, because that's why we bought the chop saw. Is literally we bought the chop saw just for this. I know we'll use it for other things, but we bought it just for that. Come, dale, go that way, go. Dale para allá. I don't think we need to use this for anything else, chat. So do we want to cut it close to where we need to, or do we just chop it in the middle? If we chop it in the middle, we'll have less usable material. I don't think we need to use this for anything else, but we're gonna actually chop it close to I think we're actually gonna chop it close to where our lines are, just in case. Okay, here we go. And let me see if I can, let me see, will this fit? Yeah, perfect, this fits here, so. Okay, cool. We're good. That's it, we're done with our chop saw. That's literally it. We'll probably never use this thing again. Other than I feel like it's nice, good to have one of these things. And honestly, for what we paid for it, it wasn't terrible. Should I return it, chat? With my one use? No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna put it away. What we're gonna do here is, I want my Sharpie. The shorter one we need to be 16 1/4. The longer one we need to be 23 5/8. Okay. We're writing that down because we're gonna double check our measurements before we finish off our thing at the end. Okay. Okay, so right now what we're doing is we're making these stiffeners here. This guy and this guy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up my mobile camera for the for a tool we haven't used in a while. Which is our bandsaw. We literally bought a chop saw just so we can have enough space. Oh. Enough space to... Oh. Oh, we're out of focus again. Okay. First one we need is 23 5/8. That line is perfect, so yep, okay. Ooh, that was hot. Done. Okay. Now we got this little extra piece of tubing that we'll just save in case we need it for anything. I hope we don't, but just in case, we'll save it. Because you never freaking know. So, now that this is cut to length, the short one is now WXB F17 09. Okay? And this guy is WXB F17 08. These guys will be used on F11. Okay. Okay. The clips look like they have no modifications to them. Yep, the clips look like they have no modifications to them. So we've got these guys done already. The next thing we need to do is this guy. This guy right here. This half goes over that half. CCP 41s. So we're gonna go ahead and temporarily Cleco that, and then we're gonna have to drill and do our thing. So, and then we'll figure out about the bends. But then this page will be done. So this page should be pretty straightforward. Let me get my Clecos. Okay. So our two pipes are done. We've marked them. They've got part numbers. We'll clean them up before final install, but you know, they're done. They're to size. We need to do our Clecos next. Okay. All right. Looking at the plant, the overlap is underneath. Okay. Let's get a nice little drilling block. And let's up drill. This definitely does not want to drill as easily as aluminum, so I can tell it's not aluminum. Alright, chat. Let's put things back together again. We need CCP-41s. Okay. This assembly is complete. All right, we got one last thing left to do, which is use our break. One last thing left to do, chat, which is use our break. All right, let's look at our part right now. Let's look at our plans now and look at our part. So we have this big ass piece of metal, piece of stainless. Okay. If we look at these plans, we have one notch at the top, which we have. And we have two notches in the bottom, which we have. Okay. It's 39 and 3/8, so we need at least a 40-inch break here. But here's what we're looking at. 1 inch from the bottom, we need a 60-degree bend. Okay? So 1 inch from the bottom. Where's our marker? There it is. 1 inch from the bottom, right? Okay. Okay. We need this to bend up 60 degrees, which means we actually need that mark on the opposite side. I mean, is there a difference? think about this. Is there a difference? If both sides are symmetrical, when you bend that down, it's the same thing as bending it up. Okay, no, that's fine. That works. Then the other thing we need is we need a bend line. It's 25-30 seconds on the top. If I bend this down, that's the same thing as bending the opposite side up. So, okay. All right, chat. It's time to use our brake. You know that thing we spent all that time making? It's time to use it now. It's time to use it, chat. It's time! All that time we spent using that, making that, it's about to be time to use it. Oh, this is scary. I'm kind of scared. I hope it works. I need my... Oh, wait. I have my angle measurement. So, the first angle we need is going to be 30 degrees. This is our 30-degree bend right here, chat. Let's freaking go! I will be right back. Let me go get a treat. Running up the stairs to get the pups a treat. I should keep an extra bag of treats downstairs, but let's freaking go. Come on, this way. Come this way. Come over here. Here you go. You can thank Natty the Panda for that one. Let's go. Okay. What did we set? We set 30 degrees, right? Okay. Okay. He's right on the line. Okay. What about on the other side? The other side we need to go forward just a hair. Okay, we're on the line there. Okay. Now we need to clamp our boys down. Okay. Yep, we're right on our line there. Okay, that one looks good, chat. That one looks good, chat. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Why am I scared? I shouldn't be scared. Are we lined up? We are lined up. Okay. We're lined up. And we're lined up. Okay. Okay. Okay, chat. This one is the 30-degree one. We need to get down to 30 degrees this way, but we probably want to check an obtuse angle the other way. So let's go 30 degrees obtuse. Right? Okay. I'm scared, chat. I really hope I don't mess this up. I really hope I don't mess this up. Okay, hold on. I might have to put handles on this. Ooh. still needs to go more. Yep, definitely needs to go more. Oh. We're getting there. Almost. Right? Because if we are... Yeah, 30-degree obtuse angle is an up bend of 30 degrees. So at minimum, our plank, which is on a hinge, on a similar hinge point, needs to be that 30. Okay, yep, let's keep going. Oh, we got big movement there. Oh, we're almost there, chat. We're almost there. This left side's almost there. The right side, I think, needs a little bit more, so I'm going to lean a little bit more towards the right. Okay. Let me just double check this. I actually think we got more than 30. We're gonna double check it because we could always spring it back a little bit. Let's undo this and just double check. I think we got a little bit more than 30. Because I forgot that this is like on an edge, so we might have to like slightly undershoot it. We'll find out in a second. Okay. Okay, so here's the good news. We got our bend in our bend line like we wanted it. Is it 30? Where is my... That looks pretty damn close, chat. I think we went... We're dead on in the center. We're a hair overdone on the edges. So we're just gonna come in and slightly undo just a hair. Okay. We're gonna come in here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna set our angle to be an interior angle now. Okay, we'll check it this way. Yeah, we're a hair over, so we'll just back it just a hair. That's perfect, chat. That is perfect, chat. That is laying there perfectly flat. Perfectly flat, perfectly flush right across the center. That's exactly what we're looking for. Yep. Perfect. Here we have a bit much. Here we're good, so we're just gonna keep walking down and just a hair, backing off just a hair. Yep. Chat. There we go. Okay. That's our 30. It worked! It worked! It worked! It worked! Happy dance! Yeah! It worked! Let's freaking go! It freaking worked! Let's go. Okay, okay. Okay. Now we have to do it again. But now we have to do it for 60 degrees. But let's freaking go! I'm so excited! I can't... Okay. All that time, all that effort, all those headaches, and it worked. Oh, success! Okay. This one's gonna be harder and easier all at the same time. The gap away from the edge is a little bit bigger, so that'll make it easier to bend it down, but also it's a bigger angle. So that's gonna be a challenge in and of itself. Okay. I think we are just about... We're set there. We're set here. Okay. 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 I feel like we shifted here. Yeah, we did. Okay. 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 I want to check the other side because I feel like we shifted a little bit. We did, just a hair. Okay. 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 We got our edge. We got our edge here. Okay, chat. Let's set our angle for 60 degrees. 60 took us a little bit farther, so we're gonna shoot for 50 on our obtuse. Actually, we're almost spot on, so let's go for 60 and we'll just be a hair conservative before we check. How about that? I still can't believe it works so well. Chat, it works so well. I mean, we had to put some muscle power into it, but it honestly worked perfectly. Okay. Wait, this can't be right. No, this is what we're looking for if we're measuring. We need it the other way. Actually, you know what we should do? What we should do is we should check the piece itself. Hey! You're on stream, just so you're aware. 60 degrees is going to be minus 90, minus 60 is going to be 30. My neighbor just walked in. If you want to say hi to him, chat, say hi. Okay. This is a 60-degree angle off of 90. So this is what we're looking for. Roughly this. Roughly for this to be straight, so. Okay. Alright, chat. Round 2. We made a tool. We're kind of winging it. But chat is very excited. Oh, by the way, chat said hi. I know the point of it is to be as precise as possible, but if I'm generally curious as to how much be like 5 degrees. 5-degree difference is probably not that much. The goal is to get it as close as possible so you don't put a lot of stress on it. But yeah. We're bending metal. And we made a device. And allegedly it works. Oh yeah, we've got a lot more to go. 60 is a lot more than 30, chat. 60 is a lot more than 30. Yeah, I'm aware, but you know, the first time we did this, we only went to 30. And now I'm a little scared. Oh, actually, I think this looks decent. I think we need a little bit more. I hate being blind, by the way. It makes these things difficult. Yes, I could wear glasses. Don't judge me. Okay. It definitely needs a hair more. It definitely needs a hair more, chat. We're gonna give it a little bit more muscle. Okay, I'm gonna take it off from here, and I think I'll finish the rest of it by hand because I think we're close enough. We'll find out in a quick minute. Okay. Yeah, I'm remembering. Did who get help? Did I get help? No, I didn't get help. The neighbor just came by to say hi. Oh, nice. What were you seeing over there? Oh, okay. Aw, sad face. Okay. Okay. So, let me get you guys a better view. Sorry, camera's gonna be moving. Okay. Oh, you got jokes. Oh yeah, she definitely needs to bend more. I was too conservative. I was too conservative. Actually, she's close here. She's actually almost perfect here. She needs a little bit more, but over here she needs a lot more. But I think we can do that by hand. Now that we've got the initial like seam in. How we're gonna do this. I'm gonna turn this over so I can see the seam line. And like I said, I think over here we're good. We're set to 60. Come on. Set to 60. Big 60. Somewhere in there. Right there. 60. Now we just check. Like I said, right here, I think we're... Oh, it was over here that we were close to good. Right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. So, it's just... a little bit more. I mean, we're just building an airplane. It doesn't have to be that perfect. Okay. Nope, it's not. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's good. We got 60 there. 2 people. So I can't kill that many people. Sure. Well, the idea is for the plane not to run into anything and land safely. You know, keep the tires down like they say in motorcycles. Keep the shiny side up. Hold on.
What was that?
Yeah, that.
Sort of. That's why I say I love rock.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice thing though is that since that thing sets the seam already, I don't get the weird like crinkles if I did this by hand all the way here. I mean, I could have taken a little bit farther, but the other one, I took it less than I thought and hit my measurement, so right here we're good. We're perfect there, but we need a little bit more back towards center. Yeah. Yep, but right here, that's perfect. Well, we finished the tail, so this is the firewall.
Oh, okay.
So it's stainless steel, which is part of the reason why I wanted to use a brake. So this is like the upper firewall, and then this is the lower firewall. That needs there, but it's good. Huh? Yep. Yeah. But you have a much better angle than me. I can kind of tell by like the difference in light reflection, but it's not like you have a much better view than I do. Center definitely needs. So let's just keep walking it. Because here is slidey. You got jokes, huh? And two steer at the same time? Yes, technically I'm putting dual controls, so yes. The original kit only allowed for one person to steer, but I'm putting dual controls, so now you can. Okay. Okay, we need a little bit. No. I need a little bit more on the end though. Like right in this spot right here. Yep. Right in this spot right here. The rest of it's fine. It's just this spot right here. Like right. I don't know. Okay. There's a reason why I have the tool. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely needs more. That's good. That's starting to... That's just the roundness of the seam, but like the angle's close. Right here the angle's perfect. Right here is where it starts to go. Are you eating wood? Much better. I went too far here. Oh. Yep. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good, chat. We did it! We did it! We did it! Hold on. You're in the shot. We did it! Yay! We did it! Yes, I am Dora the Explorer. We did it! The puppy even gets a little love. We did it! Yay! Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright. Let's look at this beautiful piece. We have nice little 30-degree bend there. Ginormous 60-degree bend here. And if we look at the plans, right over here, we have a 60-degree bend up here and a 30-degree bend up there. This part is done, which means this page is done. Let's freaking go. We finished the page, chat. We only spent 5 hours building a tool that we used for 5 minutes, but we have it now. And we also bought a chop saw to cut one pipe one time. But we have it now, and look, it has a nice little spot where it belongs, and if you ever need one. Of course, I bought an extra blade thinking, you know, hey, like, it doesn't, typically they don't come with blades, but this one actually came with one, so thank you, Cobalt. Right? Like, I'm not going to complain about it. I'll just keep the extra one as a spare because they kind of wear out. Yeah. The problem I had cutting these guys is that my bandsaw is only so deep. And when you have the giant chunk in the middle, or it's a problem. But we are done with this page, so let's do a few things. Let's clean up the area. Let's put away our torture device that we spent 5 hours on. It'll go in the corner along with all the other corner stuff. What's that? Yeah. Well, I bought those. Actually, you know why I have those? I bought those. You're gonna laugh. Formula 1 in Texas, the year they had the tsunami. What was it, a tropical depression or whatever? Oh, it was bad. I bought those. I bought a waterproof jacket or raincoat, and then I literally duct taped myself shut. And that's how I navigated, because I was still going to the race. And my girlfriend at the time broke up with me because she wasn't happy about me wanting to be out in the middle of the rain. Yeah, it's actually in the in my panels. There's a link to my builder's log, but it is a YXB made by Sonics. There you go. You don't hear the dog? Well, she's not barking, so it's fine. Alright, so let's move some parts over now that we've cleaned up. And we're going to make sure we have everything. We have... Let's move some tools over too while we're at it. Have a great day. What are you going to go eat? What's that? Oh, no Taco Bell? Yes. Listen, Linda. Okay. Listen, Linda. You know me too well. This is the problem. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We've got our 3 pieces. We got our 01 assembly, which we just made. We've got our 03 upper assembly, which we made. We've got our 2 stiffeners, the floor stiffener and the firewall stiffener. So 08 and 09. Interesting that the floor stiffener is smaller than the floor stiffener is smaller than the firewall stiffener. I would have thought it would have been the other way around, but we have those. We've got our gusset 11. We've got our aft clip 12, and we've got our upper clip 10. So those will all be used on F11. This page is done. We're gonna move everything to storage and then spot check and make sure we didn't miss anything on these pages, but this is going to get put away. Somewhere that makes sense. That can go here. These can go there. These can go here. Those can go over there. I want to keep this guy somewhere that makes sense. We're gonna actually put him I don't know where we're gonna put these guys. But we need to find a spot for them. Oh, I know where we're gonna put them. We'll put them up with the top if everything else is complete. Right here. Okay. If I can get past my... There we go. My ladder. Okay. Those guys are done. Hey! Alright, who did an alert?
Is now following.
Hey! We got a follow. Was that you? Oh. Hey Sparks, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. This is our pup. Oh, wait, no, go this way. No, come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Over here. This is our stream mascot, Chloe. Let's see. Oh, no. No! I did a bad thing. Chat, I did a bad thing. I did a bad thing, chat. I accidentally stopped the stream. Oh no. Well, I hope people are still connected. Oh, whoops. But this is our stream mascot, Chloe. She will get a treat later because of the follow. I think I kicked it back on in time where things didn't drop off, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we're still... It looks like we're still good. So, it looks like we're still good. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Woo, that was scary. But welcome to the stream. We just finished this page right here. This is page 17, which is prep for our forward fuselage. We finished our tail last week. And we finished our tail last week for, well, really the aft fuselage, not the tail. We still have to add control surfaces and do a few things, but what is the aft fuselage is complete until it's time to mate it to the front fuselage. We just collected our parts, so these clips discuss it. We made these floor stiffeners. This is a two-part panel that we made into a single panel. And today what we did is we built a brake using some lumber and some angle iron in order to bend these very long 30 and 60 degree bends in a piece of stainless steel which was used for the forward fuselage. Oh, that is freaking awesome. I think you'll enjoy when we get to avionics. We're planning to put a full G3X system in it. I haven't decided on radios yet whether we're gonna go with a 650. I'm leaning towards a 650 because it has VNAV. They added VNAV to the 650. Or MGL radios. But we're gonna go full G3X. So that's what we're planning for avionics. So we're gonna have to do a custom cutout for the front panel to make a little bit more space. But yeah, welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. And sorry I accidentally hit the stop button. But this page is done, so we're gonna do some housekeeping that I do whenever a page is done, which is just make sure everything is here. And I kind of damaged one of these pages, so I want to actually fix it a little bit. So we're gonna hit it with a little tape. Ooh, that's freaking awesome. I mean, yeah, what do you expect? My neighbor is here, so if you hear me talking to someone, that's who I'm talking to. He occasionally comes by and visits while I'm building. He very much keeps me from staying up until 3 in the morning without realizing it. Yes, she's trying to kill you. You're not wrong. Okay. Oh, okay. I thought it was a turkey. I didn't, but yes. I know, because I just went live again. I went live for a second time. Okay. It's actually really nice. Have a great day. Enjoy your dinner. The G3X is actually pretty nice. There is, if you look at my panels below, there's a link to my builder's log, and if you look under avionics, I have a couple pictures of a couple of the planned panels. But, housekeeping. Let's double check everything. We did this guy, we did that guy, we got all 3 clips, and we made both of these. They're not fully deburred because we'll deburr them before we install them, because we're probably going to have to drill some screws and do some stuff with them. So we're going to clean this guy up, okay? And so page 17 is complete. So we're going to go to the drawing tree all the way in the front. All the way over here. And we're going to mark 17 complete. So the way I do this is, the way the building tree is designed, the building tree basically tells you how to build. And the way I use it is that I mark things that are complete green once they're complete. So we've basically got this whole wing section done up until the wing complete section and the aileron assembly section, because we had to balance the aileron. So we haven't finished the aileron because we had to balance the aileron. No, that was accidental. I accidentally hit the stop button like a dummy. I would say bye before we left. We finished all the substructures on the stabilator. We just haven't installed it. Obviously we haven't installed the power plant, and that's going to be a slightly custom installation. We're going to have to do our own custom cowling because we're using a custom power plant for that. We're almost to the point where we need to do the wing box. Like I said, we didn't do the ailerons because they need to balance, and they need to be balanced, and haven't decided whether we're going to paint them or not. We finished this whole section back here, which is the fuselage tail cone box. So that's complete. We installed the turtle deck. We installed the flap actuators, mounting brackets, and the torque tube. We still haven't fully completed the tail cone assembly, page 18, because we're basically done, but there's a bottom panel that I'm not going to put until we rig the system. I don't want to put the bottom panel because we need access to put all the torque tubes and everything else in. So what we just finished was the firewall and firewall lower skin stiffeners, WXP F17. So we can put a little green dot on that. Okay, so the next page we're going to work on is going to be page 16. Yes, we just came from there, but I want to make sure we were tracking what we finished, which is probably going to be another parts prep page. Yes, the engine is right around the same weight. It's roughly the same weight as the other power plants, but it's going to give me a slightly better torque curve. So that's why we're going with it. And and there's a couple people who have done the installation before, so it's not completely crazy. Okay. Alright, this is page 16. Oh, ha! So you know how we made that break? Look at what we gotta bend. Oh no. Another piece that's exactly 40 inches, which is exactly how much we can bend. I guess I'm glad I made that. Well, that one's actually only 5 inches, or 5 degrees, so that should be super easy. We probably don't even need to use a brake for that, but here's our next page. I am going to double check, because I have some pages that I've double printed, and I think this is one of them. Yep. Here's the updated page 16. Here's the updated page 16, so this is a little bit different. Yep. And the reason this is a little bit different is because this setup is configured for the dual. This is prepping for the dual sticks. But yeah, the engine I'm putting in is a Corvair conversion. It gives me about 10 more horsepower and a much better torque curve and better heat rejection than the VW engine or a Rotax. Weight and balance is about the same is actually about the same as a Rotax. It's a little bit heavier than a Rotax actually. So the 4-engine option, it's about the same as a Jabiru really is where the weight is, which is a approved engine. So yeah, we have some interesting stuff to work on here, chat. Ooh, we got to countersink some rivets. Nice. Okay. So we need to find some parts. We need to find F16 to make our bend. We need to find our angles. We need to find another clip. And these are going to be used in 11 and 8. The side clips are used in 8. But the rest of them are going to be used in 11. So this is more prep work. It's almost 10 o'clock. I am contemplating whether or not I want to keep working. I'm a little tired. I've been up since like 5 in the morning because I watched the Formula 1 sprint race. But let me give you guys, for Sparks who just got in, let me give you guys a little bit better view here. So that's our tail section that's complete, other than attaching the control surfaces to the top of it. The box behind it are the wings. You can't see it because of the drill press, but we can fix that real quick. This is why we have casters. We've got our wings back there in a stand. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, chat, is let's collect the pieces. Because I've got to go on a hunt to find everything. So let's collect all the pieces. And then once we collect all the pieces, then we'll work on this probably... Yep. We'll work on this probably not next week because I'm having a minor surgical procedure on Thursday. So I don't think we're going to be building next weekend. This might be the last build stream actually until January. We're going to do some gaming streams and some other streams. So what my stream schedule is like, Sparks, is Saturdays we do airplane builds, assuming the weather is good because I have to put some like fitness equipment and other things outside. Wednesdays we typically do some sim racing. Sundays is kind of we have a random game of the week we do Sundays. And then Thursday is a viewer night where I play games with viewers. The current game I've been playing with one of my viewers is Dune Awakening. But we kind of bounce around. It's kind of up to the viewers on what they want to watch. We are going to find all the parts before we go though. So don't worry, we're not completely done yet. We are going to find some of the parts. And let me change this view a little bit better. Yeah, I don't know where I got the audacity to think I could build an airplane, but I'm glad I did. But yeah, that's our normal stream schedule. The holidays are always a little tough because I travel and I do other things. So I have surgery on the 4th. So depending on, it's outpatient. So I'm hoping I'm like back to normal within a couple of days and we can get one more build stream in the following weekend. But most likely this may be the last build stream until the new year. We might get one more in. It'd be nice to finish this prep page in 2 weeks before I fly to New York. So I'll be flying to New York. Yep. I'm gonna be flying to New York in like 3 weeks. I do have my pilot's license. I've got my pilot's license. I'm currently working on my instrument rating. But the medical procedures that I'm having taken care of have kind of put a little bit of a dampener on my instrument training. But I got my PPL. I'm right around like 250 hours or so. 250 hours, somewhere around there. I've flown a lot of airplanes, DA-40, Grumman Tiger, 172s, 182s, PA-28s, PA-28 retractables, a Bonanza. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, of course, I've flown a biplane. I did an acrobatics course. That was so much fun. I did an acrobatics course in a biplane. I didn't log it because it was more of a demo acrobatics, but I did get to fly it, so it was kind of, you know, it was my first tail wheel experience. So, but yeah, that was a good time. But I'm hoping to get at least one more build stream and hopefully finish this page. Anyways, let's collect some parts. We need to find that skin. I actually pulled that skin out last week when I was looking for the other skin. So I need to kind of like crawl somewhere, but I know I have it. And I think, let's see if I can reach it this way. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to like, yep, ha. I knew we were gonna need this, so I left it right in the front. Future Jill is very happy that she considered, or past, Future Jill is very happy that past Jill considered the fact that I would need this. And I'm stealing that line from Kibitz. If anyone's watched YouTube, Kibitz does Satisfactory. He's kind of hilarious, but he does these like mega projects that take like weeks on end. And then he'll put out like one video with like a month's worth of work. But we left it readily accessible. Now you notice I do have it in paper because that's kind of one of those things that I do. Because I keep things wrapped up when they're in storage. So we're going to get rid of the paper. So, yeah, I'm kind of glad I made that break, and I think that break is it wide enough? Oh no. Wait, yeah. Hold on, we're gonna find out in a second here. Is it wide enough? Yes, it is. Okay, ha! Let's freaking go. It is, I think it's just wide enough. Right? Yep, because we got to bend this guy here. So we are just wide enough. So here's a giant part. And we've got to put a bend in it here of 5 degrees. I'm not too worried about that. That's going to be pretty minor. We're going to put this somewhere where it's easily accessible. I'm gonna put this right behind the shelving I have here. Okay. I feel like that's gonna be in the way. Can we make? Oh yeah, we can make more space for it. Let's. Perfect. All right. All right. Let's get rid of this giant ball of paper. Not everything is pre-drilled. I'll give you an example. This panel is pre-drilled, but we have to manually do the bend. But this panel here has some pre-drilled sections, but these sections we have to make on our own. So we'll have to pilot drill all of these here. So it's like a 75% pre-drilled or laser cut. You still have to up drill it to final size, but your basic layout is in there for a lot of the parts, which is kind of nice. It's one of the upgrades they did from the A model to the B model. Was that update. One thing I do want to check real quick. I'm gonna just tab real quick, and I'm just gonna check the drawing revisions, just to make sure that there's no drawing revisions for this page. Oh, there are drawing revisions for F16. But they are older than this version because we have version D. And the last drawing revision was version C. So we're okay. We have all the revisions. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to double check that. It's one thing I always check before I start building. Is I always check for drawing revisions. So this is why I have... This is actually... If you notice, this is a printout. The original page I had was the version B. I got this version D because I got the dual controls kits, so they sent me this updated. There is a small jet model. I am waiting for the two-seater. I am considering building the two-seater after I build this plane. It's a plane I've considered. I don't know if I'll be able to afford it, but I have considered building it, and I feel like I can get someone to build it with me to split the cost. There's two other planes I want to build before I die. I want to build some kind of four-seater or buy a DA-40, but they're so expensive. $500,000 is a lot of money. I'd rather build an RV-10 for half that price. Or, I mean, listen, Draco is a beast, and I know my limits, and I don't need that kind of airplane because it doesn't fit my mission either. But I wanna build a four-seater, and I also want to build, if I can, a microjet. And I really have my eyes on this helicopter called a Hummingbird. There's a helicopter called a Hummingbird that's sold as a kit that is an old Sikorsky. It's an old Sikorsky design, like an S. I want to say it's not an S2 or 3 because those were military. It's like a civilian 4-seat version. No, it's not open. It's fully enclosed because it's based. It was originally a certified helicopter, and the Sikorsky stopped making it, and somebody bought the plans for it and now sells it as an experimental. The Hummingbird helicopter. I forget. Is it a 52? Hold on, let me look it up. 1 second. Let me look it up. Let me go. I think we can go to chat, and I think I can disable this camera, and we can select this. And I think now I should be able to go from here to it's Vertical Technologies, I think is the name of the company. I might be misremembering the name. It might not be a Hummingbird, it might be something. No, it is a Hummingbird. Okay. Yeah. It's based on something. The S-52. It is the S-52. Yep. It's based on the S-52. So it's a nice little 4-seat kit helicopter. Decent range. Pretty good performance. It uses a detune Lycoming. So yeah, I think you guys can see that. Can you guys see that, chat? No, it's not. It's a full 4-seater, and like I said, it used to be a production helicopter that Sikorsky used to make. So that's the other thing I want to build. So I want to build a microjet, a 4-seater, and a helicopter. Those are like life goals that I have. Let me keep finding parts. I want to put this box away because we're not going to... And we still have a warranty on this thing, so we're just going to save this box for now. We'll get rid of it eventually, but we'll just toss it in the corner for now. Okay. Alright, let's find some parts. We found our big part. We need to find SMB F-16s. Let's go on an adventure chat. Okay. Okay, I think we found... I think we found half of the parts we were looking for. So, F-08, there should be 2 of them. We have 2, perfect, we found that. We found 01, which we need to make. We found SNB F-16-15, left and right. There's the left, and there's the right one. The right one is the one that's shown. Okay. F-14, the right one, and the left one. Okay. We need to find the splicer plates and the shear plates. I think those are in a box underneath us. So let's look for that. Here we go. F-1607. How many of these are there? Why do we have 4 of them? There's 4. Oh, it is 4. Okay. So we've got our 4 plates. We've got our left and our right. 14, right? 14 left and right. 15 left and right. 2 clips, 08s. Right? 4 shear plates. We need to find 2 of the forward splice plates. And how many aft plates? I don't know how many aft spacer plates there are, but there are 2 forward spacer plates. I think we're gonna need, yeah, I think we're gonna need 2 aft spacer plates, but we'll see that. We'll find out. Let's see. We're looking for. They just look like little nubs, right? Let's see if we can find these guys. Oh, I found them. Okay, here we go. F-16-12. There's 2 of those. Where's the other one? The other one's a little bit bigger. Oh, here we go. F-13. We found 2 of those. Okay. We need the support angle 04. That's a pretty big piece. Ah, here we go. Ha! Okay. Here's F-1609, so let's go ahead and undo these guys right here. Oh no, I'll be putting it in a hangar. Because I need it at an airport. Technically I could fit it in the garage, taken apart, but not with the wings on. Okay. Here's F-1609, which is that guy right there. Here's 04, which is this guy down here. Here's 04, which is that guy down there. We need 02. 02 is a pretty big piece. And we need 05. Oh, here's 10. This is 10. There's 10. Okay. So these can go back in the box, and then I need to look for the two big flat pieces, which I think I know where they're at. I just need to go hunting again. I love that, like, I organize things in, like, a thoughtful manner where I don't remember where anything is, but I don't struggle to find it because of how I organize things when I unbox the kit. Like, certain types of parts are in one place, other types of parts are in other places, and then I organized everything by part number. So, for the most part, I can kind of find anything I'm looking for. And we're not going to be installing these guys because we are a tricycle gear. This is going to be an interesting assembly when we're done. So to the big plate, we're going to attach the support angle. We're going to attach those 4 brackets. We're going to attach the 2 splice plates. Or the shear plates, sorry. And then the aft plate spacer. Oh, the puppy is not happy that the neighbor's dog is out. So all we need now is the weirdly shaped 05 and 02. And I think I know where these are at. We'll be right back. Technically, if I had like an air park house where there was like a garage, yes. But if can I fit the airplane in my garage? Diagonally, yes. But if I put the airplane in my garage, how am I going to fly it? We're looking for F-16, 02, and 05. We'll be right back, chat. Nope. Okay. I thought I knew where they were at. I don't. Wait. No, I do know where they're at. Ha. Here's one. We got him. We got him, chat. Let's go. Let's go. I did know where they were at. Ooh. I thought I had an idea where they were at. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. But what do you know? 1605 right here. That's 1605. And the last part we're going to need is 1602. Which I think I know where that is too. Is this foam recyclable? Like the soft padded foam? I don't think it is. I'm going to save it though because I feel like I can use it for something later. We'll put that over here because we can use that as like padding for something. Like we can wrap something up in that foam like paper padding. And let's see if we have 02. I think we have 02 up here. Yes! Let's freaking go, chat. Okay. Okay, chat. Okay. Let's freaking go. What do you know? We found the last part. 1602, which is a big weird Z. There it is. And see this one. This one, if you look at the plans, if you look at the plans up here, we have to put a bunch of holes up here at the top row that are not pre-drilled. We gotta put 37 pilot holes up here. So we're gonna need 1/4 inch hole spacing. And we're gonna start at 1 and 29/32 from the edge with 1 inch spacing center to center. So that's not gonna be too bad. Once we find it, it'll be 1 inch center to center for 36 spaces, so 37 total holes. But that first 1 and 29/32, that's an interesting measurement. That being said, we've got all the parts. We got all the parts. Probably the last part will... Well, what did I do with... Oh, actually, no. We'll probably do the bend first, honestly, chat. Oh, whoopsie. But I think that is everything. We forgot to... There's one set of parts we forgot to put away. Okay. We'll move this over. So we found all the parts we were looking for. I'm just gonna move everything so that we can visually see the plans page real quick. And that, and that, and the clip. I think the clips will be used directly. Yep, there's no modifications to the clips if we look at them. They're here, they're there. Oh, they're actually here. They go here, they go here. Okay, no, here we go. The way these clips are drawn doesn't make sense, but these guys right here, F1608, are going to go directly to the next page, so I think we could put that away. F1610. F1610 is going to go straight. F1610 looks like it's going to go straight. It's not an assembly. F1609. So let's see. 13. 13. 8. 8, 9. 7. No, 7 can't go there. What? No, that doesn't make sense. We're gonna leave these parts here just in case we need them, because something doesn't make sense. Because we're showing the spar plate here. Some items are 1-to-1 scale. Some items are half scale. So it'll tell you the scale. Like these are half scale. On this page, I think everything is half scale other than the clip. The clip is the only thing that's full scale. And these are, I think, probably quarter scale or something. But it'll usually tell you. Now, that being said, I think 12 goes there. 1607 goes there. So 1607 goes there. Then there's no way 1607 can be going straight to the other spot. Yeah, we're just going to move everything over, because the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build that flat plate and then put it away next week. Well, not next week. In 2 weeks, assuming we have a build. Alright, chat. I've got to do some cleanup to do. I've got some more... We found all the parts we were looking for. We got to do some cleanup, and then we'll start on this assembly in 2 weeks and hopefully finish it. If not, it'll get done in January. But yeah, we're making great progress. I hope I see you around, Sparks, and TMK. It was awesome catching you. Sorry I had to make so many trips to freaking Lowe's. We went on the Lowe's Let's Make a Break adventure, but we got it done. And we got our parts done. Oh, I just realized, did I take pictures? I don't think I took a picture of that finished part. We'll have to take a picture of the finished part. But we will see you next time. I'm going to call it a night here because I want to get up at like 5 in the morning to watch Free Practice 3. And I've been up since 5 in the morning, and so I'm a little tired. And I know I'm not going to finish this assembly today. So we'll work on this in 2 weeks, and we'll do some gaming streams during the holidays. So for December, expect a lot of gaming streams, no build streams. So we'll have hopefully one more build stream in December, and then after that we won't have a build stream until January, unless I don't get medically cleared. If I don't get medically cleared post-surgery to like be working or upside down or strenuous movement, then obviously we'll be taking a break, and December will kind of fall around that time. Either way, thank you for watching. Have a great night, and take care, everyone.